You have absolutely nothing to worry about with this. Even Pearl River, the community right there, there's Highway 11 and I-59. You're good. Even in Hickory, unless you're north of town, you're fine. And then Picayune, yeah, it's coming at you, but you're not currently included in that warning downstream. That could change, but that's what they're saying right now with that warning is they're going to keep it. And again, this is such a big rainmaker at the moment that our rainfall rates currently in this storm that are moving into Picayune are going to be 4 to 6 to maybe even over 6 inches an hour. That truly is about as heavy as you can get when you're talking about rainfall rates here in southeast Louisiana. You see that big white area there? That's where our radar is estimating rainfall rates. I mean, 7 inches in an hour is unreal. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to get 7 inches. If it rained an hour, you get 7 inches, but it's not going to rain an hour with this. But you could easily pick up an inch of rain in less than 15 minutes in some of these cases. So this is likely leading to some flooding in those low-lying roads around Highway 41. Picayune, you'll want to watch this because if that rainfall rate moves into town there, then you're going to start to see some flooding as well. Your creeks, your Hobolechitta Creek, or your Bowley Creek, that's going to probably start to rise too if your rainfall rate's still elevated for that long. So that's our other concern here is, well, the flood risk. And we do have our flood watch in effect. It goes all the way till Friday morning. So this, unfortunately, is not going to be a fast-moving deal as we go through the remainder of this work week and into the weekend. Now, while I've got you here and we're going to wait for an update on this tornado warning, I want to quickly give you an update on what we're tracking in the tropics because the 7 a.m. update from the National Hurricane Center, we've got Invest 90. It's going to be spinning off the Texas coast. This has a medium chance, so about a 60% chance of becoming Tropical Storm Arthur or a tropical storm. That's our first name of the season. It's going to move up towards western parts of the state, and that's the center of the low. This thing's got so much wind shear that it's going to take all the storms near the center and blow them east. And that means anywhere from, let's say, Lafayette to New Orleans to even South Mississippi, we could see some extremely heavy rain from this feature later Wednesday into Wednesday night. So what we've got going on right now isn't really fueled by Invest 90. It's just some leftover boundaries and some tropical moisture. But that right there is going to bring us some big time rains as we head into Wednesday night, and even Thursday. I do think there's a potential that some spots Wednesday night pick up 10 to maybe 15 inches of rain. We aren't quite sure exactly where. We just know it's going to happen somewhere in South Louisiana. I think Lafayette to New Orleans is going to be the hot spot. So anywhere from New Orleans to Baton Rouge, Lafayette, and anywhere in between, that's why your flood risk will be extremely high there for your Friday, or excuse me, your Wednesday night into your Thursday morning as well. So the latest on this tornado warning, I really do think the rotation with this is probably for the most part moved over marshier areas. When I zoom in, you can see there's really nothing beyond our roads currently. So this has moved into the Pearl River Basin where it's really just marshy areas. There may be some camps out in this way, but that's where we're tracking. You see the squiggly line here? That's the Pearl River. This slow moving tornado warning is going to be approaching the Pearl River pretty soon, and it doesn't seem to be getting weaker. It also doesn't seem to be getting stronger with each radar update. That's not a bad thing. It doesn't mean it's ramping up. We still don't have any radar confirmed debris in the atmosphere. That's another good sign, but it's spinning there, and it's spinning enough to where they warned it. I want to make sure this isn't a new area trying to spin up down here just north of 36. Sometimes these can be false radar returns. There's probably a little rotation in there with this other little hook. So these little, I'm telling you, there's a boundary in here. It's invisible to the eye, but the atmosphere knows it's there. And so anytime these thunderstorms are near this boundary, it's somewhere near Highway 36 and 41. That storm started to rotate. This storm may try to start to rotate, and it looks like it's just following right behind this past storm. So we'll have to watch these as well to make sure it doesn't try to spin up even more as it wraps basically right behind that current tornado warned storm. So that's how these things go sometimes. They just find a boundary and they seem to just hold hands and follow each other. They are saying that they are going to watch another storm. It's developing north of Lacombe. Oh, well, that's the storm I'm talking about. All right, so it's the same storm. It's that one right there. That's the one they're watching north of Lacombe by a good bit. That thunderstorm is the one they're going to watch now, where it seems to it's trying to rotate as well. And that's going to be at the junction of 36 and 434 there. So you can see here's Hickory. Hickory's just behind that tornado icon there. That's going to be the next area of spin that they're watching. Now, it'll be interesting to see, does this get disrupted? Sometimes when these areas of rotation move over, less friction, so your Pearl River Basin, there's a little less friction there, I think. They can sometimes try to spin up a little bit more. We'll see if that happens, but right now it still seems to be maintaining. That's the next area of spin I think they're going to be watching here this morning. That's going to be just north of, well, okay, and they're going to carry it downstream. Here we go. All right, so new tornado warning. It's going to be for the same storm, but it's going to be extended into Pearl River County by a good bit. So now we've got a lot of phones going off over in Pearl River County. If you are in Picayune or Carriere, you do need to be in your tornado safe spot. We will watch this as it continues to make its way closer to I-59. This is going to take some time, though. It's going about 15 miles an hour, so this is not in a hurry. You've got time in Picayune to get to your safe spot. Same thing in Carriere, but that is the area of rotation we're going to be watching. Leah McNeil, you got an update for me?
Yes, Peyton. I just spoke to the St. Tammany Parish Fire Protection District 7 out there. They cover the Tallahassee and Hickory areas. They did say that they do have a large volume of calls right now because they are seeing that wind and seeing that rain. I actually was speaking to one of the guys on the phone. He had to get off the phone because he had to hop on and get out there and help those folks. So they are seeing, looks like some type of damage out there that will cause them to go out and try to help some people out there.
All right, perfect. Thanks for staying in contact. And stay in contact with them, Leah. See if we can get some more information. Also, if we can check, I'm not sure if this is CLECO or Entergy. I think it's CLECO up here. See if we've got any power outages. Specifically look around Tallahassee, in between Tallahassee and Hickory. That's where we would potentially have some of that damage. We're going to work to get that information. This new tornado warning, you can see they've extended it into parts of Picayune, so it is possible that we do have some reports coming in. We're waiting to get confirmed reports. You know how this goes. We got to wait and get these things in from officials. Or if you have reports, please let us know as well, but do it very safely. So let's extend this tornado warning into Picayune. Let's extend it into Carriere, anywhere in between there on I-59. Let's go ahead and get in our tornado safe spot. It's always better safe than sorry with this. They did decide, they say, to extend the warning because the rotation just seems to be maintaining, and don't disagree with that at all. That is certainly going to be the case here. So the new information on this newest tornado warning, it looks like we are going to see it move at 15 miles an hour, so that's about the same speed it's moving. It's going to go until 9:30. We will see if it hangs on that long, but they're going to carry it till 9:30, and it's going to be for that area of rotation that's right near the Pearl River. I'm going to draw a track on this a little bit ahead of that. And this will give you an estimate on when this area of rotation is going to be closest to your town, your school. I've got it near Southside Elementary School there, closer to Picayune by around 9:17. That's in 17 minutes. That's enough time to get to where you need to be safely. Proper Picayune downtown, we'll put it at around 9:21. Highland Community Hospital, closer to 9:27. We've got it near Richardson there in Pearl River County at 9:28. Carriere at 9:41. And then if it can hang on and get closer to Pearl River Central School, further on up here, that's going to be closer to around 9:43. But that's 45 minutes away from now, and who knows what it'll look like then. But Picayune, you've got about 20 minutes before this area of spin gets really close to you there in town, and you need to be thinking about your tornado safe spot right now. Remember, your tornado safe spot, you need to be in the lowest level of the structure you can get in. You need to be away from windows. You need to be just basically put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and that's gonna help you out, and you're gonna be the safest if that's what you can do. So that's what we've got going on with this tornado warning. We are working to get those reports. Leah's in contact with officials over there in St. Tammany Parish. They say they are getting numerous calls as well as this storm passed on by. So this is what we've got going on. It is 9:01. If you're just joining us here, we are cutting into regular programming here on Great Day, Louisiana, would usually be on, and we're tracking a tornado warning that is currently moving through the Pearl River Basin up towards Picayune right now. So Picayune, you do need to be in your tornado safe spot. You've got about 15 minutes or so before this area of rotation gets closer to you. And again, you're not going to be able to see this. This thing is going to be wrapped in rain, and this is going to be torrential rain. Rainfall rates, I just clocked them at 7 inches per hour. Now, those are instantaneous, but the rain is going to be blinding with this current storm that's moving up towards Picayune. I also want to mention this is going to be a flash flood risk. If you live in a flood-prone area near Picayune, up towards Carrier, anywhere like that, the slow-moving nature of this, you're likely going to pick up several inches of rain in less than 30 minutes. That is substantial tropical rain. So you've got twofold problems. You got the tornado warning. You need to make sure you're in a safe spot for that. But we also don't want you anywhere dangerous with flooding. This two don't go hand in hand sometimes. And so let's be careful, please, with that. With that potential for a tornado. The latest radar scan, let's go back to velocity here. Check it out. This is a good thing, maybe. All right, we're starting to lose some of our tighter rotation. This will be a good thing if we can continue to see that red dissolve there. That means maybe we're losing some of our winds that are causing the rotation in this thunderstorm. I think right now it's going to be right over the Pearl River. It's going to be getting close to some of our roads out here just south of Picayune or south of town there in Picayune. Right now. So that's the current area. And this is getting real messy looking, all right? We've got winds going all over the place. That's good. We want to disrupt the circulation. There's still a little bit of spin in here, but hopefully it continues to dissolve. And then we've also got this extra little spin back behind it maybe that they're going to watch. But this was the predominant one that passed near the 6th Ward Elementary School earlier this morning. About 15 minutes ago is when this warning was issued. So we'll wait on more updates on what we're tracking here. I don't know if y'all did y'all get any power outage reports or anything? If y'all do, just let me know and we can go to that. But this is the latest on the tornado warning right now for Pearl River County. So if you are in Hickory, it looks like this rotation is just north of you, this new area of rotation. Let's go ahead and stay in our tornado safe spot along Highway 41 a little bit longer. I just want this to clear out completely before we give you the all clear. If you're in Picayune, let's stay in our tornado safe spot. If you're in Carrier, let's stay in our tornado safe spot as well. And if you're in anywhere in this polygon that's flashing in southern Pearl River County, let's go ahead and stay in that safe spot that's away from windows, lowest level. You don't want to be in a car, and you want to make sure you're in a sturdy structure. Sturdy structures are key here. We don't want you in a mobile home or a trailer or anything that can tumble in the winds very easily. I like what I'm seeing, though, with this latest radar scan. That's not bad. It's still probably windy and it's pouring, but we're losing our rotation signal. So if I'm in Picayune, I'm still in my tornado safe spot, but I'm breathing a little bit easier now with what I'm seeing here with this latest velocity scan. The other feature we were talking about, this just torrential rain that's falling. It looks like in the past 3 hours, this little thunderstorm, and I mean, there's been a couple other storms up here, but this little storm has just been mighty in producing over 5 inches of rain. And this is also the corridor where we may have some damage. We're working to get confirmation on what exactly is going on there with the reports coming in. But that right there, that's halfway between Hickory and Tallahassee. That is over 5 inches of rain, and that's going to try to spread up towards Picayune. So if I'm in Picayune, I'm getting ready for some street flooding or some flash flooding in those areas. And that includes if you live along creeks, if you live along any bodies of water, if you live in a low-lying area, you need to be ready for some street flooding here or some flash flooding as this heavy downpour moves into town for you this morning. So it's 9:05. Our tornado warning is going to continue for Picayune. Our area of rotation, which would be right in here, has really been weakening quite a bit. We'll make sure it doesn't try to wrap back up, but so far it seems like it's on the downturn with its intensity, so that's what we want to see. But we're going to see how long the Weather Service wants to carry this tornado warning before we officially see it expire. I'm just reading updates. Okay, so they're talking about that other area of rotation that we were tracking that was behind this initial one. And you can see we're getting pretty good inflow into this thunderstorm. This is your inflow into the storm. So your rotation is going to probably be somewhere just north of Hickory, I imagine. If we go to velocity really quick, yeah, it's going to be, it's not as pretty looking on radar, but it's going to be in here somewhere is where our next area of spin's going to be. And that corresponds to where we've been watching these thunderstorms. They've seemingly been wrapping up just north of Highway 36. There's a boundary in here, and these things are riding that boundary. And when they ride those boundaries, they're more prone to rotate. And that's exactly what we've got going on here. So let's say if you're in Hickory, Oh, I'd stay in my tornado safe spot. I think the rotation is going to stay mainly north of where the icon is here, but up Highway 41 into town there. This little area, you still need to be in your tornado safe spot just in case. This is a second area of rotation that's following behind the first one that moved through about 15 minutes ago. So to put it in perspective, there's Highway 36. 36 runs into 41 right there where Hickory is, and then you go up 41, and that's where your area of rotation is at its strongest right now. And clearly rotating. I mean, it is. That little spin right there, that's certainly some rotation that may try to ramp up here pretty soon. So let's stay in our tornado safe spot in that part of Pearl River County. I want to go to a different velocity scan here because this can help paint the picture a little clearer on what we've got going on. You can see the colors got a little different here. It's still the same premise, though, that we've got some broad rotation getting into Picayune pretty soon, probably in the next 5-10 minutes. We've also got this new area of spin that's going to be sitting just north of Highway 36 and getting close to Highway 41. Highway 41 is right there, that thicker white line. That's where the new area of spin is trying to ramp up. And I think that's going to be the main concern with this little area of spin at the moment. And give it a second, our radar is going to update here. It's doing its latest scan. But that is going to be your hook. That's your area of rotation. You've got winds going into the thunderstorm. You've got winds coming out of the thunderstorm. You get your little hook echo, and that's where your tornado potential is going to be highest, right here, approaching 41. This radar scan is a couple minutes old, so we're probably looking at the storm being a little bit closer to Highway 41 than what's being depicted right now. I want to zoom in and see if I can give you a few more roads. Archie Singletary Road is where this area of spin is going to be more prominent right now, approaching Highway 41. Ebb Gelliot Road, Tommy Jones Road. If you live up here, and I'm calling out these and you live on them, please be in your tornado safe spot. A couple of little areas, Glover Road. We've also got Highway 41, of course, Lock 1 Road. If any of these roads are close to you or you're on them, please be in your tornado safe spot. That is where that area of rotation is passing right over about right now. And I always want to remind you, and I say this every 5 minutes or even less, these radar scans are a little delayed. The storm is likely a little bit further on. Our radar scanning every couple of minutes here, and it's working fast, but it can only go so fast. So that's what we've got going on with that new area of rotation that's going to be on the northern side of Hickory, approaching Highway 41. All right, let's get back to Picayune. I promise I haven't forgotten you about you. We do still have an area spin that's approaching town. I like that it's not as strong as it was, but we've still got rotation. And these things can cycle. They can go up and down, up and down. And so hopefully it's not cycling, but there's Picayune. Here's Highway 11 through Picayune. Here's I-59 on the outskirts of town. And that's your area of spin. I mean, it's right on the west side of town out here this morning. So if you are in Picayune, let's go ahead and stay in our tornado safe spot here. Our tornado safe spot with that potential for the tornado to wrap up at any given moment. So that tornado warning is going to continue until, they say, 9:30, so we'll see how things evolve, but that is the latest thinking on the Picayune tornado warning. Also, it includes Carrier, but my immediate concern is going to be right there in Picayune. The west side of town, that new area or that spin is trying to ramp back up maybe. We've got some brighter colors here. That's going to be moving into the western parts of town right now. So you need to be in your tornado safe spot in Picayune as we speak. You know, Union School Road, you've got Jackson Landing Road, you've got Bruce Street, just some big streets there in town where this area of rotation is going to be closer to. And then once you get out here, this is where you start to get into the Pearl River Basin. That's where you're just getting heavy rain. That area of rotation has now moved past those areas. So over in Picayune specifically, the tornado warning certainly warranted. I do want you to be in your tornado safe spot. And we're just going to keep, I know some of you say you're just repeating yourself. Well, we got to follow these things to see how they're evolving because the clouds are moving. The tornado, if it's there, it's moving as well. But this is certainly something that we want you to take serious. Just a couple things on the western side of town. If you are on the western side of Picayune, West Lawn Baptist Church, the American Legion out there, any of those places, you do need to be, the Kent Kirkland Field out here on the west side of town. That's where that area of rotation currently is. And it's moving, it looks like it's moving really due west right into town. So that's going to be the main concern with the Picayune storm. Luckily, I'm still not seeing any significant indications that debris is being lofted by this. So this is not radar confirmed. It's radar estimated based on the wind fields we're seeing with these velocity scans that are coming in. The other area of spin, we've got two here we're watching, is now crossing Highway 41 again. This one is going to be just slightly further south of the original one. That's 6th Ward Elementary School, where we had the other one pass by earlier. Highway 41 down it, that's where this new area of rotation is going to pass. So that's going to be just south of the 6th Ward Elementary School and just south of where that other rotation passed about 15 or so minutes ago. If you are familiar with this area, yeah, Highway 41 is going to be the main road that you know that it's moving past. But there's a couple other locations out here where we really want you to be careful. Also, the Archie Singletary Road is kind of a cross point here to give you perspective on where this area of rotation is it seems to be at its strongest right now. And neither one of these look particularly strong right now, but that doesn't mean these can't produce some brief. They don't necessarily have to be strong tornadoes to cause damage or cause tree damage or knock out power. But these two little areas here are where we're seeing the rotation move through Pearl River County and over in eastern parts of St. Tammany Parish. And I'm inclined to believe, I do think there's rotation here. I think we're getting a little radar contamination or something. This bright color down here doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me right there. It's outside the thunderstorm. Now, it's possible we're getting some strong winds coming out of the back end of this thunderstorm, so that's certainly a possibility. I do think there's some rotation. It's hard to tell how strong the rotation is, but if there is, it's right near 41. So there's 36 and 41. Again, it's a little further south than what we were looking at earlier with that previous tornado warned storm. There's 6th Ward Elementary School. There is the Charter Oak Church. That's probably a good estimate, just north of the Charter Oak Church on 41. That's where this rotation is going to be at its strongest on Highway 41. And again, these things are not moving very quickly. Sometimes storms down here can move 40, 50 miles an hour. This is moving at 15 miles an hour. Some of you can maybe sprint a little bit faster than this, but that right there is moving west-northwest at 15 miles an hour. And then we've also got that area of rotation that's over towards the Picayune area that continues to move closer and closer into town. But they have not elevated these tornado warnings any. Elevated them all to confirm. That's some good news, but I still want you in your tornado safe spot. All right, let's get a deep breath and see the update. Okay, they're going to expire the tornado warning, the original tornado warning. So this one, it looks like they're going to expire. The original flashing box, which is smaller, they may continue this other tornado warning for another 15 minutes or so. That's going to be until 9:30 this morning, and we do still have rotation, so maybe that's why they're going to continue it. But these are your two areas of spin, one moving into Picayune and the other one sitting on the northern side of Hickory right now in St. Tammany. They're basically following behind each other. This one's a little further south, but they're going to continue to ride this boundary off to the east and northeast. Only at 15 miles an hour. So let's zoom out. Let's get our bearings really quickly because we do have other parts of the area that are seeing some heavy rainfall. We don't have any other warnings. I don't have any flash flood warnings. I don't have any other tornado warnings. That is the biggest storm in the game right now, and that's the most serious storm in the game, not only with a tornado potential, but a flash flood concern around Picayune, where we've got rainfall rates 4 to 6 inches an hour, maybe even over 4 to 6 inches an hour. So that's going to be also a secondary concern at the moment, is for flash flooding. We've also got this heavy downpour that's going to be moving into St. James Parish right now. So if you're out in St. James, you're getting ready for some very heavy rain. Luckily, I do not see that thunderstorm rotating. It seems like the only storms that have been rotating have been right in this area from St. Tammany over into Pearl River County and into Hancock County. Hancock County this morning. So, okay, got an update from the Weather Service. Okay, here we go. Okay, they confirmed what I was thinking looked a little odd because something wasn't making sense. Okay, a little meteorology Well, I don't even know if you care, but we're here and talking about a tornado warning. So every now and then we'll get these bright colors on radar, and it doesn't match up with the reflectivity or the rain, and it's because there is contamination. And they think that's what they're seeing out here, is that it's called side load contamination. The radar beam is actually shooting in the wrong part of the storm. It confuses the radar. Sometimes it confuses the meteorologist as well, and you get this false area of spin that's not actually on the surface there. So I do think that's some good news. I think we are dealing with some side load contamination. You can see that that was near the Highway 49. So that's good news. Yes, there is rotation, but it may not be as severe as what we were initially thinking here because of that meteorological term, side load contamination. So put that in your bingo card there. We'll watch it to make sure it doesn't try to wrap up, but that's what we've got going on right there. Leah, you got an update for me, or do we have a camera? Okay, what we're looking at here is
MS-43.
I'm sorry, say that again.
MS-43.
Mississippi 43. This is going to be over in Pearl River County.
Yep.
And can y'all pull that up? I can't pull that up. So anyways, if y'all can pull that up, that would be great. But this is going to be right in this area where we're getting the heavy rain near Picayune. Here's I-59. Here's Highway 11. There's 607. That heavy rain is going to be the primary concern here. And let me step off here. I can probably get it up for you. What's that source on? Traffic cams. Okay. So we're going to take a look at the Mississippi side of things here this morning. This is going to be Highway 43 and Highway 43 and I-59, where we're seeing some very, very heavy rainfall. This is what it looks like with that severe thunderstorm and tornado warned storm that's currently moving around the Pearl River area. So that's currently what it looks like this morning with that heavy, heavy rain coming down. So some good news. If we can go back to the radar source here in Max 1, that's me, just kidding. We can see that the tornado warning is still flashing there. I think they're going to continue this tornado warning. Let me get the reflectivity very quickly. We do still have some rotation. I don't think any of it's particularly strong, honestly. I still think we're getting some side lobe contamination down here. There is some probably mid to upper level rotation in the thunderstorm. Hopefully it's not translating further down to the ground. Those are the things that cause you problems. When they get closer to the ground, you're more prone to get a tornado to actually spin up. We do still have some broad spin over Picayune. We've got some broad spin that just passed Highway 43, but I do like the trends that I'm seeing. It looks like okay, so this is the new area. We're going to keep an eye on this rotation to make sure it doesn't try to tighten up. The Picayune rotation, I think we're doing a lot better with at this point. And honestly, I think we're doing better with both areas of circulation at this point as well. Let's go back to reflectivity so I can get my bearings straight on what we're seeing here. Okay, we're just really getting torrential rain back through Picayune right now. And the problem is this storm stretches back into St. Tammany. So this is going to take a while for it to clear the Picayune area. And that's going to cause a flooding risk. So I think eventually you're going to see a flash flood warning issued for some of these areas around Picayune. I want you to remember, too, a month ago, some of these spots have picked up 20 to 40 inches of rain in the past 35 to 40 days. The ground is saturated. We don't need any more rain up here, but anything extra is just going to run off very quickly, and that's why I do think that flash flood risk is going to be elevated for the Pearl River County as we go through the rest of the next few days, really. I mean, we've got our flood watch in effect. That's in effect for everybody. So while those areas of rotation, they just don't look overly impressive right now. They don't. They're still trying to spin up, but I like the trends that I'm seeing. I want to mention almost everyone's under a flood watch right now. Remember, a watch means conditions are favorable for flooding to happen should a storm actually pop up near you or over you. So it doesn't mean it's happening right now, but it means everybody in the green there has the potential to see flooding as we go through the remainder of the week. Even into about Friday, we're going to have a risk for some flooding. It does not include our immediate coastline, but you'll need to watch out for some downpours as well. I really think, though, from Houma to New Orleans into the north is where our flood risk is going to be much more. So, reporting about 500 outages in St. Tammany.
500 people.
Okay,
yeah.
So we are getting some power outage reported in St. Tammany. Can you tell? Do you have the map pulled up? Can you tell me if it's north of Slidell? Is it around that Tallahassee, Hickory area? I guess. I'm assuming that's where it is because this is where the area spin was. So we are getting some power outages. Bree is reporting around 500 there from Clico. So we're working to get more information on what the damage actually looks like. Is it just power lines? Do we have tree? Like, what type of damage do we have? We don't have visuals on it right now, but we do know there are power outages there. So storms you want to take seriously, that's for sure. We've got the heavy rain that's continuing to fall in Picayune. Let's go back to our velocity scan so we can see what the rotation's looking like. There is still some rotation that's happening. That's going to be, here's Sixth Ward Elementary School again. That's been our reference point this morning with this severe thunderstorms. That's going to be the area spin, and that's going to continue to move over the Pearl River. It'll try to move into parts of Picayune as well. They did say they're going to let this tornado warning go until 9:30, so it expires at 9:30. I think they're going to allow it to expire here in about 10 minutes or so. Yeah, let's pull up that CLECO map while we've got it, and we'll give you a visual on what we're seeing here with our power outages here. And if we could get, no, that's fine. I'm just trying to, I don't understand it as much as Entergy. Okay, we've got power outages over parts of St. Tammany Parish. It looks like, if this is correct, they're centered more over towards Covington maybe, and maybe down towards I-12. We don't have any reports popping up around the Tallahassee Hickory area. It's hard to say exactly where these reports are because we don't have individual neighborhoods mapped on there, but we are getting at least some reports. So if your power's out in St. Tammany, there you go. There's about 500 reported at the moment. All right, back to our radar here as we track our tornado warning. It's going to go for about another 7 minutes or so. The area of spin that we're currently watching is going to be approaching the Pearl River Basin. It's just now moving past Sixth Ward Elementary School. It'll be crossing towards the Pearl River Basin and the Pearl River itself, that squiggly line there. And then it crosses into Mississippi here, and that's Picayune. All these white lines up here are the neighborhoods of Picayune, Mississippi, and that's where this area of spin will be trying to move as we go through the next 30 minutes or so. And remember, these things are just not moving very quickly. So what I think we got going on here right now is this boundary exists somewhere in here, and we're getting these little areas of spin. You can see these little notches. I think our current area of spin is going to be right in here. So it's getting very close to the Pearl River. Luckily, this is only impacting the marshy areas surrounding the Pearl River and kind of the areas that break off the Pearl River as well. And then it'll cross up towards Picayune. If you are in Picayune, let's just go ahead and stay in the tornado safe spot for a while longer to make sure this doesn't try to reorganize. This little notch here is going to be a little too close for comfort as it tries to move out over into Pearl River County. The storm is probably producing some strong winds regardless of anything actually being on the ground here with the tornado. I do think we're probably seeing some winds that are blowing perhaps 40, 45, 50 miles an hour. That'll get your attention alone. You don't necessarily need a tornado to get strong winds to cause you problems and power outages, but there is this batch of higher winds that are moving out of Pearl River and moving out of St. Tammany Parish, moving into Pearl River County, and that'll be approaching Picayune. So it's not only raining very hard in Picayune, it's probably going to start to get a little gusty there as well. So don't be shocked to see the winds begin to pick up in Picayune. I do want you still in your tornado safe spot in the Picayune area because there is still some rotation. I don't think it's very tight, meaning I don't think it's imminently producing a tornado. It can happen in a moment's notice, I guess, but right now what I'm seeing is that this is fairly broad in nature. We're going to have our spin right in here, and if there's going to be something, it's going to be moving right over parts of the Pearl River as we speak. Can we go back to that camera that was on traffic cam?
I have another one, 59.
Oh, I got it. Here we go. Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry. 59 and 43. Mm-hmm. You can see it's coming down here, and this is what it's going to look like over in the Picayune area. By the way, any tropical downpours that we see over the next few days, this is what it's going to look like. These rainfall rates are easily going to be over 3 inches an hour. Earlier, we clocked rainfall of 7 inches an hour. That's unbelievable rainfall rates where you can pick up an inch of rain in less than 15 minutes with that type of stuff. So this is what's happening currently near the Picayune and over in Pearl River County. The rains are going to be coming down. Could be coming down quite heavily. So let's go back to radar. I want to do a quick reset because I think we're about to expire this tornado warning, and we'll go back to great day and regular programming. But the tornado warning still flashing there near Picayune. We've got heavy rain falling along the state line. Now, do you see this setting up on the state line? I want to give you an early heads up. If you're in Kentwood, if you're in Mount Herman, maybe as far south as Franklinton, do you see how these heavy showers just backbuild and backbuild and backbuild? That's called training, and that's how we get flooding issues down here in southeast Louisiana. Any of these downpours are going to be torrential, and so we'll have to watch out for some flooding. I imagine we're going to start to see some flash flood warnings up around northern parts of Tangi and northern parts of Washington Parish as we go through the remainder of the morning, just the way this little band is setting up across our area. Now, if you're down on the South Shore in New Orleans, we haven't had much going on here at all this morning, but we've got this new batch of very heavy rain that's moving into St. James Parish. It'll try to move into St. John Parish, and it's probably got more of an east-northeast movement, so we'll see if this actually moves into the metro, but I certainly think it's going to be heading towards 55 and LaPlace. You've got heavy rain coming in the next hour, and then we'll watch that to see what it does as it crosses the lake. There is going to continue to be at least some spin in the atmosphere as we go through the next couple of days. Anytime we've got just enough spin down here on the Gulf Coast, it does not take much for these tornadoes to spin up, and sometimes they spin up very, very quickly. So it's a good idea that you just have in your brain, if I'm somewhere and a tornado warning is issued, where am I going to go? Where am I going to go very, very quickly? And funny thing, the Weather Service literally just sent out that the flood risk is increasing up here in northern parts of the area. So that's going to be our current flood risk that's increasing, is up here closer to the state line into Mississippi once you get up towards Kentwood, Mount Herman, Osika, Franklinton, Varnado, Angie, just naming a couple of places up there. We'll also keep an eye on this batch of rain that's forming back down into the Bayou parishes, into St. James and St. Mary parishes to see how that evolves as it moves across the area. So let's quickly go back to this because I think this is going to be one of the final updates unless it ramps up. Our area of rotation that's currently sitting just west of Picayune. This thing is not in a hurry to move. It looks like it's trying to just back build. This rotation basically sitting right over the Pearl River, and it is still sitting west of town. We've got a little burst of wind right in here too, maybe a little rotation there, but it honestly doesn't look terribly frightening when I'm looking at it on our radar there. I do want to check in very quickly because it's been raining in Picayune now for about 30 minutes, very heavily. Our rainfall totals are starting to add up in some of these spots. We're currently approaching nearly 3 inches over the past probably hour in Picayune, maybe even less than that. The past 3 hour rainfall totals, though, you can see a big bullseye right here near Tallahassee, Hickory. There's over 5 inches. Picayune's approaching 3 inches in the past 3 hours or so, and that extends over into northern parts of Hancock County this morning. So that is the latest on what we're tracking here with all this mess we've got moving on through. I am going to have, if you want a full breakdown, I'm going to do it on our streaming on our WWL app. We're going to be talking about the tropical disturbance that is trying to spin up in the Western Gulf. This is going to be a big player in the game going into Wednesday night into Thursday. And I really do think we are under the gun here for some significant rainfall totals in South Louisiana. I do think there are going to be a couple of spots anywhere from, let's say, Lafayette all the way to New Orleans and even into South Mississippi where we could pick up over a foot of rain between Wednesday and to Thursday. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen for everybody, but this area of low pressure may become a tropical storm. Who knows? It doesn't really change the forecast. It's going to slowly lift up towards the west part of the state. All the rain's going to get sheared off in our direction, and I really think from Lafayette to New Orleans is going to be the hot spot for some extremely, extremely heavy rainfall into Wednesday night and even into Thursday. So we've got a couple different things we are tracking here with all this mess going on, from heavy rain, tornado threat, maybe a little coastal flooding, and gusty winds. It is 9:30 on the dot. They've expired the tornado warning. We're going to be here tracking all this for you. Please do join me streaming on WWL, our app. I will have that latest update on the tropics coming up at 10 o'clock. We'll see you there. is for parts of the Louisiana coast, but the disturbance itself is still over Texas. By tonight, it will have an opportunity to become a tropical storm Arthur as it moves through the northwest Gulf and up towards the Louisiana coast. Now, I'm going to show you the cone. Here we go. This is the latest cone. Now, you look at this and you think we're in the clear in southeast Louisiana. I'm going to explain why this really isn't a great scenario for us in central and southeastern Louisiana. The center of the low is going to hug the Texas coast. That's 7 a.m. tomorrow. It's south of areas like Corpus Christi. It's south of Houston tomorrow afternoon. And then it's probably making landfall somewhere near the state line, maybe over towards Lake Charles by Wednesday night. All the rainfall with this system is going to be on the far eastern side. So the low pressure and the tropical storm is likely going to track right along the coast, but there's a lot of wind shear, and that's likely going to push all the rain east into, let's say, Lafayette, Baton Rouge, even New Orleans or South Mississippi. So I really don't want you to focus on the cone. This is one of those classic examples of the cone really tells about 1/10 of the story. And there's what I want to show you. I want to show you how this evolves and why this cone really does not paint the picture on where the worst weather is going to be with this future tropical storm. So the low pressure, it's spinning off the Texas coast as we go through tonight. In fact, the hurricane hunters are going to go check it out this evening at about 10:45. We're going to watch this start to wrap up. Here we are. We may have a tropical storm by tomorrow morning south of Houston. Here it is. Classic sheared storm. All the rain is on the east side and moving up towards Louisiana. Now, I was just going over some high-resolution data, and it really is painting a picture of significant rain somewhere in South Louisiana. Now, I wish I could tell you exactly where the heaviest of the rain is going to fall. I wish I could tell you it was going to be in Lafayette or New Orleans at 2 p.m. on this day. I can't do that, but what I can do is tell you this low is going to move inland, and all this rain, starting as early as Wednesday afternoon, is going to start to move inland. I'm thinking the worst of the heavy rain here in southeast Louisiana is going to be Wednesday night into early Thursday morning. That right there is a problem. So you don't need a big bad storm right over you to cause you big problems with this type of setup. That right there could lead to significant flooding across southeast and south central Louisiana. There's several high resolution models that now bring the heaviest of the rain into our area. Now, this could still shift around. We got to wait and see how this low pressure evolves off the Texas coast, but I really have to start messaging one of the more extreme scenarios when I've got multiple high-resolution models showing something significant in our area. By Thursday at 2 a.m., notice we're still in some of these bands that are leading to a lot of rain, and that low pressure is starting to lift north. So we had that mesh just come through there on radar. How much rain does it produce? Well, here's that's the problem. And so whenever we get a band of rain like this, it's going to be moving over the same areas. The rainfall rates are easily going to be over 3 to 6 inches an hour, maybe even higher in some of these storms. And the rain can really start to add up to significant totals. Now, if you were watching earlier this morning, I was showing this high resolution models, and I was showing you an update every couple of hours. And this area where the highest rainfall totals were, which is in black here, it was shifting around some. But one thing it was consistently doing was putting it somewhere between Lafayette and South Mississippi. That includes New Orleans, that includes the North Shore, that includes Baton Rouge. And this really could be a problem for a couple of our communities here Wednesday into Wednesday night and early Thursday morning. By the way, some of the model numbers these are spitting out is over 15 inches of rain. Now, we aren't locked in on exact placement in these types of things, but the atmosphere is capable of producing a lot of rain Wednesday night into Thursday. So again, I don't want to scare you here, but we got to take rain seriously down here on the Gulf Coast, especially where we're so flood prone. And this really could end up being a major rainmaker for areas along the Gulf Coast. So how I see it is I wouldn't get locked on that right there, right over us. I mean, that looks bad. It would be bad, but this could move west. It could shift even further west, closer to Lafayette. Baton Rouge could be somewhere in between, could be further this way. We don't really know just yet, but we do know there is a scenario where parts of South Louisiana are going to get soaked by a lot of rain, and that cone doesn't really tell the story at all. The cone has the storm center over here. Look where the rain is. It's way over here. So it's one of those things where the cone is almost going to be, it's really not useful when you're trying to convey how much rain we could end up getting. So my main concern with all this is going to be for extremely heavy rain across Louisiana. The flood risk, I probably need to bump this up even higher. I will say if we do get a tropical storm out of this, if we do get Tropical Storm Arthur, we very well could have some strong wind gusts in our coastal communities. Even across the metro and the lake, we could have some strong winds. Here we are Wednesday afternoon and evening. You can see we've got gusting 30, 35, 40 miles an hour or so, and that'll continue as we go into Wednesday night. There could occasionally be some 40-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts going into early Thursday. So that is really a secondary concern. This is not going to be a windstorm. This is going to be a rainstorm. Now, here are the tropical storm watches they have issued. They go from Morgan City all the way back down to Houston. So the strongest winds are going to likely be a little closer to the low pressure itself. But I do think our coastal communities, while not currently included in a tropical storm watch, you need to plan on there being some tropical storm wind gusts here for areas like Grand Isle, Cocodrie, Chauvin, even Homa. Again, we're not talking damaging winds over, hurricane force, nothing like that, but certainly could have some winds over 30 to 40 miles per hour at least at times. So that's where we stand right now. That is the latest on our potential tropical cyclone that we're going to be tracking here as we go through the next several days. This is going to be moving out over the Gulf later tonight. The hurricane hunters are going to go check it out. It's going to send a big swath of rain up into South Louisiana as we head into later Wednesday, into Wednesday night, and into Thursday. That's likely going to be the worst of it. So the center of it probably stays west of us. But all that rain on the sheared storm, I think it's going to travel from Lafayette, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, and that's why we could see significant flooding starting Wednesday into Wednesday night and leading into Thursday. I'm going to continue this discussion. We're going to send you back to, what are we at? 10 o'clock, 10:06. The Price is Right is on. We're going to send you to that, but I'm going to continue streaming this on our WWL app. We'll dive into this in a lot more detail, going into really the root of what's going on here if you want to join me there. But in the meantime, we'll send you back to The Price is Right.
This has been a severe weather alert from WWL Weather, sponsored by Higginbotham Insurance and Financial Services.
All right, thanks for staying with me here on your WWL app, whether you're streaming it on your We still have it as a disturbance by 7 p.m. tonight, and that's just when that area of circulation is just now entering the Gulf. So it'll be right off the coast of the Gulf there. It'll be south of Houston pretty much all day tomorrow, and that's when it'll have a chance to try to organize. Now, it depends on how far into the Gulf this little circulation wants to get. If it's too close to land, it may really struggle to ever become a tropical storm. But if it can get enough time over water, there is a real chance that we do see a tropical storm out of this. It would be a minimal tropical storm. Maybe 40 mile per hour. I mean, that is the minimal to become a named storm. By the way, the name is Arthur of our first one this year. The landfall would likely be later Wednesday evening, somewhere from Houston to, let's say, just south of Lafayette. That's how far the cone extends. Now, I'm leaning towards a storm making landfall in western Louisiana. That's the center. But I do not want you to focus on the cone at all. In fact, I could give you this entire forecast without showing you this cone at all. It really is going to be one of those storms where the center is here, but all the weather is displaced from the center and further off into central and southeastern Louisiana. Some of our high-resolution models I really think are doing a good job at portraying just how eventful this event could be for South Louisiana. So when you look at high-resolution models, sometimes they show crazy things and you don't believe them. Well, I've got multiple high-resolution models that show some impactful rain coming to South Louisiana, and that's why I'm showing you this. So as we go through today, it's going to be moving out over the Texas coast by about, 6 o'clock this evening or so. Hurricane hunters are going to go fly out there at about 11 o'clock tonight. They're going to do a survey to see what it looks like. They'll probably find a messy, unorganized system. Once we get into tomorrow morning, we very well could have a tropical storm spinning somewhere south of Houston. But here's the picture. That's the center of the storm. There's not even a drop of rain near the center of it. It's all displaced to the east. You've got this elongated sheared system where all the rain is sitting south of Louisiana. This will then move into Louisiana starting Wednesday. It could start as early as Wednesday afternoon in coastal areas, Wednesday around lunchtime. But I think Wednesday evening into Wednesday night is when we're in the thick of it. And this is when we could start to see big problems. Now, it's hard to say exactly if it's going to play out like this. It probably won't. There are going to be some subtleties that are very different. But this model is painting a picture of big-time rains across south central and southeast Louisiana Wednesday evening and Wednesday night. And whenever you get a low pressure like this, you're just basically getting a fire hose of tropical rains coming in off the Gulf here and dumping torrential rain. And when I say torrential rain, you're talking rain that can accumulate very quickly, 3 to 6 inches in an hour. If it rains for a couple of hours at that rate, you've picked up over a foot of rainfall. And that is a possibility here with this tropical system Wednesday night. Thursday morning, we're waking up. We still got some rain bands streaming on through, but I think by Thursday afternoon and evening, we're hopefully starting to see things at least wind down some. Now, this is a striking graphic to see, and I want to start by saying it's probably not going to look perfect. I mean, this is not going to be completely accurate, but it shows you that we have the opportunity somewhere in our region to pick up big time rains. And you may be thinking, what in the world is the color of this? It's not even on your scale. It's not on my scale because it's off the scale, and that would be over 10 inches of rain. So this corridor is 10 to 15 inches with some spots even over 15 inches of rain being depicted there. I want to show you how tricky this forecast is going to be, though. I'm going to put numbers on this, and I don't want you to see this number and think that's what you're going to get, but it shows you that the atmosphere in this tropical system are going to produce a lot of rain somewhere. And watch these numbers as they light up. Now, some of these numbers, this would be a bad situation. If you pick up 17, 15, 11 inches of rain, we're going to see significant flooding. Now, this could shift anywhere across the area. And this is what's so tricky. Let's say we shift this to the east some, or excuse me, to the west some. And let's say Baton Rouge picks up 9 inches of rain. That means New Orleans may pick up 1, 2, 3. I mean, that's not a problem. So this is going to be one of the most difficult parts of this forecast. We aren't locked in on who's going to see the highest rain totals, but what I can tell you right now is somebody from, let's say, Lafayette, maybe as far west as Lake Charles, but Lafayette certainly, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Houma, North Shore, Mississippi, somebody is going to see a lot of rainfall by Wednesday night. I think we're going to be dealing with some flooding issues somewhere across South Louisiana. So again, these numbers are not locked in. This is going to update here in a couple hours. These numbers will probably look completely different. It'll shift around some, but it shows you that this is going to be a feast or famine type of rain event where some get little and others get so much that you've got significant flooding that maybe you remember for many, many years. So this is going to be really a major issue for flooding across our region. And by the way, I'm not showing you just one model run, the only model that's showing something crazy. We have seen a shift in all of our models with the heaviest rain threat further to the east. This is an example I drew up. This is going to be the European model. This was yesterday morning. It showed the heaviest of the rain near Houston and up around Alexandria, Lake Charles. Well, look, it shifted overnight. It's now shifted further to the east. And there's many other models and examples of this that show that heavy rain threat right over south central and southeastern Louisiana. So again, I'm not showing you model runs just to scare you. I'm showing you model runs because I believe they're onto something. And I do think some of these higher numbers are certainly at play as we go into Wednesday and Wednesday night. So that's my main threat. A very, very elevated risk for heavy rain and flooding. If we do have a tropical storm and we've got tropical storm warnings or watches, we are expecting some minor coastal flooding. We'll expect some gust of wind. Those are going to be secondary, but it will be squally. It'll feel like a little tropical storm out there. And then we've already seen it this morning. There's a little chance of tornadoes trying to spin up here and there. So again, if this does become a tropical storm, which we suspect there's a chance it has a minimal of 40-mile-per-hour winds, we could see some wind gusts over 40 miles an hour. Technically, the Hurricane Center does not go off wind gusts. They go off 1-minute sustained winds. And we probably are not going to have 40 and 50-mile-per-hour sustained winds, but we'll have occasionally some gusts that are that strong in our coastal area. That could start getting squally there by Wednesday afternoon. Wednesday night is likely going to be the worst of it into early Thursday morning. And then by Thursday into Friday, I think we're going to have some lingering moisture left over from the tail end of this system, but we'll slowly get back into more of a routine situation this weekend, it'll feel more like it should in the summer. So that's where we stand right now. We are expecting a lot of rain in South Louisiana as we head into Wednesday night, into Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday night, and into Thursday. That's going to be when I really want to watch for those tropical rains. But we've got rain today, too. So there's really a chance almost every single day through the entire work week. We've got a lot of updates coming for you. I have a full breakdown coming up in your noon broadcast that's streaming right here on your WWL app, or you can catch it on TV. And Chris will have more updates coming up later on this afternoon. Again, we don't expect this to get out over the Gulf until later on this evening. An actual tropical storm may not actually form until later tonight or tomorrow once it actually gets some time over the warm Gulf waters. In the meantime, thank you for joining me. I'll see you right here at noon. me here on your WWL app as we stream the latest on our tropical disturbance we are tracking that's going to be moving through the Northwest Gulf. At the end of the day, this is going to be a big rainmaker. I'm meteorologist Payton Malone. It is 12:31 Central Time. Little extra update for you here so you don't have any questions or fears as we get through the rest of this week. I do want to briefly mention off the top here, heavy rains already spreading across the northern Gulf, the flood threat through the remainder of your Tuesday afternoon. But our disturbance we're tracking is still way far away from us in Louisiana. It's actually spinning off the southern Texas coast right now. Really still over land too near Corpus Christi. Now this is the official track. The next cone update will come at 4 p.m. and we're probably not going to see any substantial changes. And right now you can see there we are forecasting a fairly weak tropical storm off the Texas coast through tomorrow and then making landfall by tomorrow evening. I mean, this is not going to be a long-lived event. That's good, but also there's some bad things about this. And I don't want you to so much focus on the forecast cone because all the impacts from this system are going to be felt way outside of this cone. And I think even for portions of New Orleans where we could see some big impacts, Lafayette, Baton Rouge, and notice we're not currently included in this cone. So the cone tells you one thing, where's the center of this low pressure going? And this is going to be a very weird, lopsided, and sloppy system at the end of the day. So get ready for all this moisture to come with it, and it's coming to South Louisiana as we head into Wednesday and into Thursday. So this is going to be mainly later tomorrow into tomorrow night and Thursday when we see our biggest rains moving into Southeast Louisiana. Now, luckily, some new things we do have are these really good high-resolution models that seem to do pretty good with some of these things. They've been good in years past on trying to capture how these tropical systems are going to move, and I think this one's doing an okay job. Unfortunately, it doesn't paint a great picture for South Louisiana, though, with the heavy rain threat. So through the rest of today, we'll have some downpours through this afternoon. I think things are going to go down or calm down later on this evening and into tonight. But notice what's happening just south of Corpus Christi. That low pressure, if it's in the northern Gulf here, it may actually start to try to organize. We very well could have Tropical Storm Arthur right south of Houston by tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. The National Hurricane Center has the storm sitting just south of Houston there as a minimal tropical storm. But I want you to immediately notice what the structure of this thing looks like. Center rain. This is a highly sheared storm. And when we say highly sheared, I want you to picture, if you go up in the atmosphere, the winds are blowing on this thing, and they're basically blowing all the rain showers off the center. And so that means, one, it's not going to organize very quickly. It's certainly not going to be a hurricane, but it's going to be a big rainmaker away from the center. So the closer you are to the center of this thing, the less impacts you see. It's going to be one of these weird storms. So that's why I don't want you focusing on the center of this thing. Look where all the rain is stretched out east of this thing. So let's back up really fast because I want to show you how, as we go into Wednesday afternoon, the storm is sitting, let's say, just south of Houston, but all the rain is from Lake Charles, Lafayette, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Houma. This is a South Louisiana storm at the end of the day. I really don't think Texas is going to get rocked by a ton of rain, at least with the data I'm seeing right now. So this will be Wednesday afternoon. Wednesday night, I think Wednesday night is probably when we see our biggest rains. That'll continue into early Thursday morning, and then we'll start to see things taper off as we head into Thursday afternoon and evening. Now, the timing of this still could change. The exact placement of the low pressure could change because it hasn't emerged out over the Gulf yet, and there's still some uncertainty on that. Now, if it plays out what I just showed you, that really is kind of the worst case scenario for Southeast Louisiana. And I promise you, I'm not showing you this to scare you because it's the scariest looking model. There are several high resolution models, and there have been trends overnight that the heaviest rain could really set up somewhere from Lafayette all the way into South Mississippi. So I'm putting a zone in here. I think from Lafayette all the way to South Mississippi and anywhere in between, like Baton Rouge or New Orleans or Houma or Hammond or Slidell, that's where we're probably going to see some of our biggest rain totals. I don't think we're going to see widespread 10 to 15 inches. But I do think there are going to be isolated spots where the rain totals add up fast, and we have some significant flooding. So Wednesday night, significant flooding is certainly on the table somewhere in our area. I can't tell you a neighborhood, I can't tell you what towns right now, but I can see the trends for this, and somewhere in South Louisiana, maybe South Mississippi, get some big time rains. Now, I had to actually go in and adjust our color scale because some of these models are spitting out over 10 inches of rain, and that usually maxes out my original color scale here. So anywhere you see pink is about 10 inches or more. Anywhere you start to see the whites and the grays and the blacks, you're starting to get up there to substantial rain. I mean, you're talking 15 to, this model's spitting out crazy numbers like 20 inches. Now, if that happens, it's probably going to be in a very isolated spot. But the fact that models are showing the atmosphere is capable of that, it's really got our attention here. And again, just because it shows it right over the North Shore there, this is going to update in a couple hours. It'll probably be somewhere else on the map in South Louisiana, but it's going to be somewhere in our area. So let's take the flooding threat seriously here. We don't need a big bad hurricane to cause us significant problems along the Gulf Coast. And again, I'm not showing you that one model run because it's the only one showing it. There are several other high resolution models that show some big time rain totals in South Louisiana. They all disagree on exact locations, but we expect that. But this is one of our big global models, a European model that many people do like and trust. Yesterday, when I was talking about it, it had the low pressure spinning up closer to Texas and Houston, and you could see it had this swath of really heavy rain from Houston, Lake Charles, Lafayette, and New Orleans. We were faring okay here with this model run, and there was many model runs yesterday. Well, overnight, we noticed there was trends, and since then, we've started to see the biggest rain move east. And now it's putting a big bullseye over South Louisiana and South Mississippi and even over into Alabama. You can't ignore that when you're talking about a forecast. So I think this east trend really has some credence to it. I'll give some credence to it that I think it's certainly on the table here. So the overall message, let's prepare for big rains. This is only about 24 hours away, a little more than 24 hours away before we start to see some of these heavier rain showers move in. And if you do live in a flood prone area, please make sure you're prepared for this just in case. Better safe than sorry. And if you're anywhere, I wouldn't be camping near rivers. I wouldn't be anywhere near bodies of water. We don't need any tragedies here with water coming up and surprising anybody, because it's going to happen more than likely late Wednesday night into early Thursday morning, maybe while many of you are asleep. So heavy rain, you're going to hear me talk about it. You're going to be sick of me hearing me say it, but that's the biggest threat here. Now, let's say we do get a tropical storm here. The winds are going to naturally be stronger. We're just not expecting a significant tropical storm with strong winds. So whenever you're classifying these things, you do it based on one thing, the wind speed. And the wind speed in this case really is not a huge factor in what I'm nervous about. I'm nervous about that heavy rain. Also, we've had a couple isolated tornado warnings already. There is a little spin in the atmosphere, so we'll have to watch out for a few spin-up tornadoes here and there. By the way, tropical storm warnings do go all the way to the St. Mary Parish line and back all the way into Texas. This is where you're more likely to be closer to the center of the low pressure and where you're likely going to see at least sustained winds of 40 miles an hour. That would make it a tropical storm. That doesn't mean the winds are going to cut off right there at the dividing line. You just may not reach tropical storm force gust or tropical storm force winds in Terrebonne and Lafourche, but it's going to feel like a tropical storm at the end of the day. It's going to be squally. That means it's going to be windy. It's going to be rainy. And I think by tomorrow afternoon, we already start to see some wind gusts, 20, 30, 35 miles an hour along the coast. Notice you get closer to the center of that low pressure, you may start to see some winds 40 to 50 miles per hour. And that's why we have tropical storm warnings that start about right there and go that direction. You're just more likely to see some stronger winds there. But it will be windy Wednesday. And look at this. Winds are out of the south. When winds are out of the south, what are they doing? They're pushing in Gulf water. I don't think we're going to see substantial storm surge, but I do think we'll see maybe 2 to 3 feet higher than normal in some areas that are right there along the coast. And if you're up in South Mississippi, tides are going to be higher than normal. Hey, on the lakefront, if you live on the North Shore, that water's getting pushed your direction, so your tides will be a couple feet higher than normal as well. And again, there's going to be some strong winds right there along the coast, Vermilion Bay, Marsh Island. That really where things could be kicking there Wednesday night as that low pressure or maybe Tropical Storm Arthur move on in. Again, the cone, the designation, it does not change the impacts of this big, big rainmaker. By the way, our friends over at the Hurricane Center, Hurricane Hunters rather, over at Keesler, they're going to fly out from Biloxi tonight. They're planning to take off, last I checked, was at 10:45. What they'll do is they'll fly down there towards the Corpus Christi, Brownsville area, and they're going to do a low-level survey. That simply means they're going to fly around and they're going to drop a lot of dropsondes, which are the devices they drop out of the airplane that measure the atmosphere. They'll take all that data, they're going to plug it into our models, and more data is never a problem when you're trying to make forecasts. The more data you can ingest and put into your models, the better your models typically perform. So we'll be looking forward to that. And that's the first flight. They're probably going to fly out again tomorrow morning and go see if they can actually clock and find a tropical depression or maybe a tropical storm if the winds are going to be over 40 miles an hour. So our 7-day forecasts, we've got weather impact alerts all the way through Friday. I really do think the worst of this tropical system are going to be Wednesday night into early Thursday. That's what I'm leaning towards. There is some uncertainty on how quickly things will clear out, but let's say Wednesday night into Thursday is when I'm really going to be watching this closely. I think Friday we still have some scattered downpours, and since the ground's going to be saturated, let's go ahead and have a weather impact alert for risk for some extra flooding. And then Saturday and Sunday we'll get slowly back into our summertime routine with some pop-up thunderstorms that are going to be around the area. So again, we don't have a tropical storm yet. We may never. It's one of those things where it's going to be such a close call, but the forecast will not change whether it is Tropical Storm Arthur or potential Tropical Cyclone 1 the entire time. The forecast is going to be about the rainfall. You can see we've got rainfall this afternoon on the North Shore, a significant flood risk right now north up around the state line. In New Orleans, we've been okay so far, but then all this rain you see spinning down here, that's going to be making its way on the east side of this cone, and that's what's going to move into south central and southeastern Louisiana starting later tomorrow, going into Wednesday night, and there could be a couple of spots that pick up 10 to 15 inches of rain. It certainly is something to watch out for. We will have plenty of updates for you streaming right here on your WWL app. You can expect them at your classic times like 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. That's when we have cone updates, but we will have additional updates as well. I think Chris is going to do one here for you at about 3 o'clock this afternoon, and then we've got all the evening newscasts, and I'll be right back here tomorrow morning with the latest on what we're tracking as what could be Tropical Storm Arthur is moving into Louisiana with some big time rains. We'll see you at 3 o'clock.